Well, hello everybody and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name's Nicole and today we are here for the Keep It On Track Bootcamp Readathon sprints. So yeah, it has been a bit of a day this morning. Been trying to get stuff moved in the yard and all that sort of stuff so the lawnmower guy could come in and mow because yeah. So basically I've had a bit of a hot morning and I've done some fabric dyeing today as well. So yeah, it's been a bit of a morning and I hung out on Brittany's sprints as well. Brittany's still going. Of course, you know, there is a bit of a crossover by about 15-20 minutes today. So yeah, that's fine, but that's all good. All right, so if you were on Leandra's sprints yesterday, I'm just going to start off with a public service announcement. Basically, if you're on Leandra sprints yesterday or you're in the TBR-a-thon Discord, you would have known that there were some spammers that have come in and really upset Leandra, and a lot of people were quite traumatized by everything that happened and whatnot. So there has been some changes across multiple channels today in Discord and also on YouTube. So you probably, if you've been around for a while or you've sprinted with me or anything like that, or you're a constant regular like every single stream, you probably notice when you're commenting now, there may be a spanner beside your name. I've done this because everybody was asleep when I was doing this, so being on the other side of the world. So basically, if you don't want to be a moderator of the channel, that's perfectly fine. Just shoot me a message on Instagram and say, hey, can you remove me? And I will remove you. But generally, most of the people on there are moderators across multiple channels anyway, so you've probably already seen that little spanner beside them. So if that's why your name is different, if you didn't realize what that is actually for, but I think most people know that. So I've made several people, different people that are on for different varying lengths of time, and also other creators that are also regulars to the channel as well have also been added. I've also on my Discord, if you're in my Discord, and I'm just still going through and trying to find everybody's name and everything like that. If you are on Dusty's Discord, I have, and you're a moderator here, you're also a moderator over there as well, and that will that way, yeah, you'll know what's going on. Now, the other thing that I'm trying to do is learn how to use Nightbot. I am so clueless when it comes to technology and all the rest of it. And as I was saying to Leandra earlier today, it's amazing. Like, as a mum, I have been hardcore on my kids about online safety. And here I am, a grown-ass woman, and completely forgot about it. I was more worried about my kids than myself. So I'm like, it was as terrible as what happened yesterday. I think a lot of good has come out of it. So I think a lot of people, you will see a lot of changes across the socials and everything like that. We're just protecting ourselves a little bit more because it was quite horrific what went into what they spammed with. It was quite terrible. And as Leandra said yesterday, she also has some people that are under the age of 18 that are participating in the TBR-a-thon as well. So it was quite traumatic in that aspect as well. So hopefully they didn't see it, and we got onto it pretty quickly. So it was just basically, it was very much an eye-opener. And so basically that should not be a problem now. There's a couple of things that I've put in place as well. So if you are new here and you've not subscribed, you won't actually be able to comment unless you subscribe. And there's a 5-minute time limit on that. So hopefully that will keep a lot of the spammers away. It wasn't just Leandra that was spammed yesterday. It was also Mel as well. And I'm sure there were other people that got hit yesterday because it was out of control, like out of control. So there is no Discord link anymore underneath any live streams either. If you want that, that's what Nightbot will do. Basically, if someone asks what the Discord is or anything like that, hopefully if I've set it up right, and I understand, I haven't got it set at this point in time right now. I don't think I've got it set up at all. So hopefully with any luck, I will get the hang of that and understand. I'm watching a few tutorials and all the rest of it. So I'm in the process of learning how to do that. And basically what Nightbot does on YouTube streams is to help us keep us safe. So helps get rid of spammers. It also will drop links for me. It will give reminders for people to subscribe to the channel, to like the like button, like hit the like button. You can set it up so you can remind people to hydrate and all that sort of stuff. So you can use it to just do generic things on your chat stream. And yeah, so, and it also is able to work over in Discord as well. There's Carl bots and all that sort of stuff that you can add to Discord to sort people into places and all that sort of stuff. So I am, once I get the YouTube side of it, because I'm here more than I am in Discord, but I want to keep my Discord safe, basically, so you don't have to experience what everybody experienced yesterday. That we're awake and in Leandra's I was sitting there reading a book, and to the corner of my eye, I could see the @ everybody just kept rolling, and I'm like, that's weird. I've never seen that happen before. When I opened it up, there was like, I think it was like 800 or something. It was some ridiculous amount on, you know, your little bubble, and that it had some ridiculous amount. So yeah, so basically, hopefully with any luck, we are locking down, building a moat, building some walls, but still being accessible at the same time. So there'll be a few hiccups along the way, no doubt, but we'll get the hang of it. I will get the hang of it. So Leandra's now set up on her channel as well with, because I was talking to her on Voxer this morning, and she said, oh, how do you do that? I've not seen how you do that, where you add the 5-minute timer before they can comment. So basically, any spammer is not going to sit around and wait for the 5 minutes. If they do, they have way too much time on their hands, and basically we'll get rid of them. But it will deter a lot of people. And so Leandra's also set that up on her channel as well. So all I can say is make sure that you subscribe to the channel. That way you can be part of the conversation. We don't want to exclude anybody. We don't want to become unapproachable. I can't speak for everybody else, but that's me. I always refer to me as a we. I don't know why. So yeah, so basically we're just trying to lock down the fort and keep everybody safe, because it's not only keeping us as creators safe, it's also keeping you, the viewer and subscriber, safe as well, because that is not, I know that it is definitely not what we're about, and that was absolutely disgusting what happened yesterday. So yeah, so there's some of the things that have been happening in the last 24 hours. It's been a little bit for everybody, and I really harshly reprimanded myself internally for not, you know, well, how can you be on your children to be safe and yet you don't have these safeguards set up yourself? And it's like, do as I say, not as I do situation. But yeah, so I'm slowly getting it sorted, and as is everybody else as well. So yeah, all right, let's have a look and see who is in the comments. As you can see, I am reading Ian Rankin's The Beat Goes On. This is a Rebus short story collection. So Rebus is his most famous novels. Rebus is a detective, and it's a lot of you know, just detective stuff, police stuff, all that sort of thing. But these are all little short stories and whatnot. So I am, I thought I was a little bit further along, but I am up 112. So I'm going to try and knock this over today. I knocked over yesterday. I knocked over In the Woods and also Amari and The Great Game. So I knocked another 2 off the TBR. And as you can see, there's just lonely books, just one lonely book on here now, because I have started a few others that are now in the lounge room where I sit. And yes, you can see this is still Wheel of Time. I haven't progressed any further with Wheel of Time because Coda is away from sprints and everything at the moment. He may pop in a little bit later, and we're just taking a break for a little bit until Coda is able to come back, and we'll get back into it and whatnot. So I said, don't worry, I'll wait for you. I'm not going to speed off ahead. I want to finish. I've been in this with Coda for a very long time, and I'm not about to speed off now. All right, so as I said, let's have a look and see who is here. Don't forget to let me know what you're reading today, and all the things. Hello, how's your day been going? It's been going great. Been very busy. Been up since 7 o'clock this morning, and have just been trying to get the yard work done and all that sort of stuff. So I feel sorry for the lawnmower guy right now, because he is mowing my huge jungle out there, and he's doing some poisoning and whippersnippering and all that sort of stuff, and it is not a nice day today. It is very hot, and I said to him, if you need to do it over 2 days, please do, because like I don't want you to cook yourself, because it's, you know, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's the worst time to be out in the sun and all the rest of it. But he's pretty much knocked all of it over. He may come back tomorrow and do the whippersnippering and poisoning, or he'll do the whippersnippering and then come back tomorrow for that, which is all good. So if I've got to duck off pretty quickly, that's just because I've got to go and pay him and whatnot. Need to get my sleep schedule all messed up for 24-hour sprints, so I'm going to try and stay up as late as I can tonight, hopefully until the sun rises. Well, I don't know what time it is. It's be close to midnight where you are, so I'm going to be here for the most of the afternoon. I've got some stuff I've got to do. I've got to cut some fabric out as always, but I do want to get some reading done. I've also got to have lunch as well. I haven't done that yet. Hello Chris, how are you? Thank you for joining. Author Nerd is here. I wasn't in that sprints, but I've been on another yesterday and got spammed heavily. Yeah. It was terrible. Like it was graphic stuff that went into the Discord, like, because it was images. On the sprints, it was just they were spamming like comments and stuff like that. But in the Discord, oh my goodness, it was terrible. So yeah. So Nightbot is just a bit of an assistant. Sorry, the lawnmower guy's going past with his lawnmower. A Nightbot is a bit of an assistant, so they will do links and all that sort of stuff. So hopefully I can get that all set up and ready to go. So yeah. Hi everybody. Hello Emily, how are you going? I'll be listening to Fourth Wing while diamond painting. Awesome. I haven't diamond painted this year yet because my arm is still sore, so I'm trying to get that to not be as sore. Tina says, yeah, I've never seen any spam that bad. I've seen hateful comments before, but nothing graphic. Honestly, it was traumatizing. Yeah, it was traumatizing. Very traumatizing. Hey Julie, how are you going? Thanks for popping in. Thanks for all your thank you. Trying my hardest to keep everybody safe. So my parents did the same as you, teaching me to be extremely cautious of what I look at online. That's a great idea. I didn't even think of doing anything to protect my YouTube. Yeah. I know that Vanessa from Reading with Dr. B, she uses Nightbot a bit. So I have sent a message to her in chat saying, hey, I have made you a moderator and I need to learn how to use Nightbot. So if I can't understand it, I know I can maybe pick her brain and go, hey, what am I doing wrong here? Because sometimes I just don't have the bandwidth to take in any more information. And I'm not really interested in like computers and stuff like that, but I really need to if I'm going to be doing this sort of stuff. Yes, I was glad I turned off notification. I just think it was ridiculous. You can't report YouTube channels to do this. Yeah, all you can do is report them. Like I've had pretty good success over on my craft channel reporting people where I don't get the same people come back. But I think they just do the rounds of different niches. Because I haven't seen any for a while over on the craft. So I'm guessing that now they're in the book space, they're heading towards the craft as well, or vice versa, because I haven't done any live streams over there except for one a week. So and the thing is, the bigger you get, the more you're online, the more possibility is it's going to happen. Honestly, that's why I've kept my Instagram and Goodreads private. I don't have my own Discord server, but there is a way to do that. But is there a way to do that for Discord? So you can set up, or I don't know a lot about it, but you can actually set up the bots to filter people to, like, it's almost like a two-step process. So in order to participate, they have to give something. So someone was saying yesterday that you could set it up so they have to put their email in, and it has to be verified before they can be part of the server. So there's a girl that I follow, Gina Lucia, I think her last name is. That's what she's called on YouTube and also on Bookstagram as well. I think I'm going to have a chat to her and ask her how she set everything up, because she has almost automated her Discord. So when people come in, they get moved to different places, a little message comes up and all that sort of stuff. Now, I know that Leandra has added some bots to her Discord, because someone was saying they couldn't post their links, and because we all locked it down, like we all reported everything that was happening, and Leandra locked it down yesterday. I just said to her, just lock it down, just pause it, do something until, because then that way no one can join. And so that's what happened yesterday. So Leandra's in the process of sorting that all out and everything. So just, and once we know, Tina, we'll definitely let you know. And obviously this will be a topic of conversation anytime bots appear and stuff like that. So yeah. Hey Vanessa, how you going? Thanks for joining. Hey Lily, is it? I'm listening to Powerless by Lauren Roberts. I'm sorry if I got your name wrong. While crocheting, 2 hours left on the audio. Oh, you'll be able to finish that tonight for sure. I wonder if YouTube relaxed about bots, because there have been other spammers on channels I belong to. Nothing as disgusting or as speedy as yesterday. No, yesterday was a spam bot. So basically, from what I can gather, there was a message going around this morning that someone... it's possible that someone may have befriended someone somewhere along the line, and that's how they found about it. I'm not 100% sure. But they've used some sort of spam bot or something like that, because it was too fast to be a human. It was like every millisecond. That's what it looked like. I mean, I don't know what the speed of a millisecond is when you're looking at it, but that's what it seemed like, because I was watching my phone and TBR-athon was just like a ticking. It was just going at everybody. So, and I don't know how long it had been going before I picked it up, but I basically got in there, and I was trying to get hold of what was happening, trying to get hold of Neva and Leandra through Instagram, kept ringing them, but they weren't looking at their phones and they had them on Do Not Disturb. So, and then people started saying what was happening in the comments, and I could tell as soon as I seen Leandra's face, I knew that she knew what was going on. So, it was wild. It was so fast, and it was disgusting. I agree. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining. Everyone. In my family has killed someone. I so want to read this. Also wanted to start a new J.D. Robb book, Random in Death. What number is that one, Thomas? Let me know, because I've got several in the last book haul that I got from the Nanango markets. So sorry to hear about all the spamming. I didn't even know it could happen in Discord, but kudos to all you caring and wanting to make it a safe space for everybody. Yeah, it's very important, because we as Leandra said, and even for myself, like, I live in a small country town, so I'm fairly isolated where I am. I work from home. I don't get out and socialize as much as I should. I do have like a Zoom group that I meet up with every week, and that is my connection to my best friend. Like, they're all my besties. We all get together on Zoom and all that, because we all, as adults, we've just scattered. Basically, we all live in different places and stuff like that. like I've met these women through cross stitching over the last few years and through floss tube and stuff like that. And I also, get on with my best mate. When she gets over her phobia about computers, sometimes she'll get on Zoom with me and all that sort of stuff. So I have my voice connections, but I don't have a lot of physical connections. So YouTube, like Booktube, and even my craft channel, it is my community, and it's where I hang out, and it's where I've made a lot of friends and stuff like that. So I want to keep everybody safe as well as myself. And and what happened yesterday was just terrible. Sweet. I think I've got the hang of it, but I might have some questions if it doesn't work. So yeah, I've listened to and watched a whole heap of tutorials, and they're all saying the same thing. So they're not saying conflicting things. So yeah. Hello, Brooklyn. How are you? And friends, filming a fun little video today and reading a surprise book. Awesome. Hey, Linz, how you going? I'm going to be starting A Bandit Queens. Oh, that was one of my favorite books from last year. Oh, I love that book. It's so good. So good. Hello, Brooklyn. Just watched your unhaul video. I have so many videos to catch up on. I was on Brittany Sprints earlier, and she was talking about how she makes the second sprint a booktube sprint, where she watches all of her Watch Now and then drops the links in the comments, so you can go and watch them too. I think I might have to do that. I do have to filter out some of them because I'm part of the way through. So I think I'm going to do that this week and just get the part the way through ones, because I know I'm halfway through Leandra's video. I haven't watched her latest video. I think I'm up to date with Brittany. There might be one or two that I'm not up to date with Brittany. I'm so far behind with Brie. I think I'm 3 or 4 behind with Brie. There's a whole heap of other people as well, like names that aren't coming to me right now that I have to go and watch as well. Like, it is just the ever-growing watch list. Of course, there's all the people that are doing the TBR-athon as well. I haven't even got to, I think I maybe got to 3 or 4 of those. They're all in the watch list as well. So I've got to start going through them. And that's pretty much what I think I'm doing on the weekend. I've got a couple of big Zoom meetings I've got a Zoom meeting on Friday while I'm sprinting. So that's going to be interesting. If Courtney's here, I forgot all about that. So I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to your Truth or Dare, which I'll send you a message later. I forgot all about that because I have way too many things on. I've overbooked myself. So yeah, I will be still sprinting with Neva. I will start the sprints, and then I will head over to the Discord a little bit late on that. But yeah, anyway, I can be in 2 places at once, right? No. Hello, Christina. Thank you for joining. A long day of exams and reading, so I'm just popping in to show some love to the like button and put it on TV for the watch time. That way you can host. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. My husband's dropping some stuff off for me to scan and send off for him. For watch time, thank you so much for hosting. No worries, even if I'm sleeping. I'm reading Grilled for Murder. Awesome. Queen Bandits is wonderful. It's a safe book to recommend to people, since it isn't a Marmite book like Pod, Trespassers, and Cursed Bread. None of those books are my favorite books, just saying. So yeah. It's such a good book. I loved it. I thought it was great. I also liked Queen Bandit. It's much better than Marriage Portrait. Marriage Portrait was so boring. Like, talk about put me to sleep. Oh my goodness. Hey, it's late for me, but I have one more chapter before I head off to bed. Awesome. Hopefully, we can help you get that finished. Hello, Nicole. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here. All right. So, we are, as you can see, we're going to be doing 60-minute sprints. So, we are going to start that. I'm using a different timer today, mixing it up a little bit. So I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everybody. All right, we are back. Well, I didn't get as much read as I would have liked to in that sprint, but I had to do some paperwork and all that sort of stuff. Paid the lawnmower guy, and he come to the front door, and I'm like, I felt so bad that I even said it on the internet that I felt really bad for you because you're out in the heat. He goes, but it's done. And he done a lot of poisoning around my edges and stuff like that to get rid of all the weeds and everything. And he said there was a section that he just could not get his mower into because where I live, we've had a lot of rain, so the grass has grown, and my lawnmower broke a month ago, and I can't repair it. It's beyond repair, so I've got to replace it, and I don't have $1,000 to replace it because I've got a really big yard. And I just said to my partner, I'm just going to get someone in and get them to do it. And I've been trying to find someone to come and do it, and no one wants to do it. It's a shitty job in summer to do because it's hot, it's humid, you've got to work around the weather, we get a lot of rain and all that sort of stuff, so it's a bit of a pain in the backside. So yeah, so basically I found this guy this morning. He was mowing across the road, and I went out and had a chat to him, and he just lives up around the corner, so he was keen. He's got 4 kids, he works during school hours, so he's used to the heat and all that sort of stuff. But yeah. And so yeah, so basically I'm happy that I found him, but he done all the things. He said when he comes back next time, everything that he is poisoned should be easier to mow, so he'll mow and whip a snip then. And he said, but he'll probably poison again next time he comes back, and then by the time he comes the 3rd time, it'll be all good, which will be awesome. So yeah. All right. I don't think I starred. Did I star? I don't think I did. We've had a lot of people join in that. Evening. I think we were about here. So yeah, so at least that's done now, and I had to send some work off for my partner as well, so that's all done as well. Hello, welcome. I'm reading The Spanish Love Deception by Elena Arms. Awesome. So I was playing with Nightbot, so as you can see, it came in, but I don't know how to get the things to actually activate. So it might activate because I've got it for lines, so it might just activate all of a sudden. So yeah, so we'll see where we end up. So these are a couple of things that will pop in to the stream from Nightbot. These are the things that I've got set up and whatnot. So you can see there that if you want to join our Discord, it will periodically pop in, and then you'll be able to click on that from the chat. And then you'll be able to, but it's just another step to make it a little bit harder for our resident spammers to get a hold of our Discords and stuff like that, because that's what happened yesterday. So yeah. Jamie has joined. Okay, I'm here reading A Dreamcatcher by Stephen King. Are you enjoying it? I haven't read a Stephen King novel in so long. I have my 2 favorite, which is Carrie and Shining, and I've just recently got a copy of The Shining, which was pretty cool. At the book fest, so I want to get a couple others and read them. Like I don't think I finished it. I've started a lot of his books but never finished them back when I was a teenager, because I was living with a girl that had pretty much his entire collection, even all his books that were under up until that point, and I lived with her. I think the last time I lived with her was in 95, because I moved to Queensland in 96. So yeah, so I was living with her and I was reading, and I never got to finish them, and I never replaced them. Then I had some on my shelf that I just never got around to, and we lived out bush, and we got in, there was a mouse plague, and a lot of them got damaged, so I just moved them on. I lost a lot of books out there, which I was not prepared for. I cried and I cried and I cried. So yeah, just so I don't know when Nightbot's going to pop out because because I'm still trying to work out how to use it. And there's nothing like using it on the fly, right? Trying to work something out. So hopefully I'll get a bit better at it. No, but to the rescue. Sorry to hear about the horrors of yesterday. We are safe now and we'll carry on. Thanks for hosting. No worries. Thank you for being here. Sherry has also joined as well. Reading A Worthy Love by A.E. Verdez. Excellent. This is where I was telling everybody what I was doing. So yeah, crazy. Hello, Mood Reader. Thanks for joining. Snazzy Moose has gone to bed now, but finished their chapter, which is awesome. Ali K also stopped by and also head off to bed. And Courtney's also gone off to bed as well. Fag has also joined us. So yeah, so hopefully we can get some reading done today. Maya fell asleep during Brittany's last sprint, but now hopping on here to read The Trip by Nick Cutter. Awesome. Welcome. Hello, Jean. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. Watching a TV Vox Machine, almost done with season 2, but have you playing on my phone. Awesome. At 50% of Soul to Keep. Awesome. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Just got your hair colored and a haircut. We went to Starbucks before coming to the salon, and here after work when we go home. Awesome. I'm doing really good. Thank you, Elena. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well too, but obviously you've been off to the hairdressers today, so you're doing real well. You've been pampered. Hey, Carly, how are you going? Just joining and watching one of my favorite movies, Zoolander. Awesome. Funny movie. Elena's saying hello. Will not be able to do it tomorrow morning, the live stream on my channel. Maybe on Thursday I might. Awesome. That's fair enough. I have to brush my teeth and get ready for bed at 8:59. Awesome. Just dropping in to say hi and going to bed. Good night. Sleep well, Elena. You're probably not even going to see this, but sleep well anyway. I didn't really do that much. That's fair enough. I had no idea until there's a live chat and top chat. Okay, what's going on? I don't know. I had no idea until now there's a live chat and a top chat. Oh, is there? I didn't know that either. What's going on? I'm missing it. What have I missed? I don't know. 69%. Oh, you're doing so well, Jessica. Every sprint I see that you put something in and see how far you got. But 2% or even 3% is such a lot in that book, isn't it? Really? Because it's such a chunkster of a book. Just finished Bookshops and Bone Dust. It's left me a little teary and filled me with warm and cozy feeling. Is that the sequel to Legends and Lattes? Is that the right one? Have I got the right one? That's a nice cozy feeling after a book is awesome. Read about 15 pages. Awesome. Did you say you're in the Queensland area? Yes, I am. Asking because I know there's another cyclone forming over there right now. Yes, there is. Okay, so I am about 1,200 kilometers away from that southwest. So yeah, I'm off the coast, so I will get if one was close to me, like it'd have to be hours down the coast. So basically one of my really good friends is actually in the path of the cyclone, and so we're very concerned. We're keeping in touch with her for as long as we can because we'll know we'll lose communication with her probably Friday morning when the cyclone crosses over. When it crosses over her, it's supposed to be a category 3, but it could intensify as it gets closer to the coast. It will just depend what weather is happening on the mainland around where it is. But hopefully it'll downgrade. But yeah, they're quite concerned that they're going to lose their roof and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and she's got animals and all that sort of stuff that she has to be concerned about. So yeah, we're just keeping in touch as much as we can, and we know that we're going to lose communication with her, but hopefully she might still have mobile, so she can check in and all that sort of stuff whenever she can, because it's, it's not, you're not thinking about social media and all that sort of stuff when a cyclone's hitting. And she's in Townsville, so and I'm pretty sure that's around about where you're going, isn't it, Carly? Around that area. So yeah. And how are you feeling? Are you feeling a lot better? Because you got COVID the other day. Why am I poisoning? I'm poisoning a noxious weed that it has to go. And so we have to poison it. It's part of our council's thing. So, and it grows, it's a noxious weed. So it's actually poisonous. And it's part of the bylaws that we have here that we have to get rid of it. And because it grows like a grass as well, so so it's hard to mow and all that sort of stuff. Most of the time you can keep it in check, but because my lawnmower broke and then we've had rain, then we've had heat, kind of combine those two things together in Queensland and boom, you've got a jungle real quick. So yeah, the grass was actually in some spots was up to my hip. So yeah, I mean, not that that's real high because I'm short, but yeah, so that we have some noxious weeds in our yard that have to be poisoned. So that's what our guy's done. And that, so yeah, as much as I don't want to do it, that I actually have no choice. I'm required to. That, so yeah, because I don't like poisoning stuff either. That it's against my belief system and all the rest of it, but when it's law, like council law, you've got to do it. So otherwise they're handing you hand over fist fines and all that sort of stuff, and then they'll just send someone in to do it anyway. So I'd much rather do it, talk to the person that's doing it and say to him, make sure that you keep it to here, and and he was really good. Like, he was very understanding. He understood why I didn't want it done and all that sort of stuff, and he's just like, yep, cool, no worries. He goes, it's better me doing it and he said the same thing. It's better that I come in and do it than the council do it, because if the council comes in, they'll just spray everywhere and won't care. So yeah. Got through another 2 chapters of Possession and a whole 2 pages in Dreamcatcher. Awesome. Yeah, I know, it's such a, like, it was so hard to find someone, to do it, and he was keen as. So he's a single dad, he's got 4 kids in high school, he needs the extra he works at his normal job, and then he also does this for extra cash to help support his family. So I'm happy to do that, not a problem. I read about 44 pages of Powerless. Awesome. Go you. That was good. That was a good sprint. You did well. I was cheering on 15 pages, but you did well. Is there another author you would do a year-long reading of? I see a lot of people doing that sort of thing. The next one, like, there's not enough books to do a year-long one with a couple that we've got. So we've got 7 from Harry Potter, and then there's 8 in the Green Rider series by Christina Britton, I think her name is. That I do not know. I remember her last name, but I can never remember her first name. But anyway, there's 8 in the Green Rider, and there's 7 in the Harry Potter. Now, the Green Rider one would probably do one a month there, or give or take. And then the Harry Potter one, there's 3 that will knock over pretty quick. So between those 2, we're going to be doing a year-long read-along. And then after that, Coda and I are looking at doing the Outlander series from start to finish. And so basically, I have read a couple of those, but it was a few years ago. And to be honest, I haven't watched the show or anything recently to jog my memory. So I'm just going to reread them again. I have them on audio, so it's not that much of a hardship. So yeah, so Outlander will be the one after that. So we're starting Harry Potter on the 1st of February, and then we will read from there. And then basically when we finish Harry Potter, we'll probably have a 2-week, maybe 3-week break, and then go into Green Rider and go through that. And again, we're just going to use sprints and everything for that sort of thing, because it keeps both me and Coda on track and all that sort of stuff. I used to keep a lot of King because my younger daughter loved it when she was around 10. Awesome. I've read almost 50 Stephen King books over the past 2 years, working my way through the backlist. Awesome. I personally love the Gunslinger series. I have not done anything like I haven't done anything like that. I've just read random books and all the rest. And as I said, most of them are started. Like I know I've started it. I never finished Pet Sematary. And I can't remember because it was ages ago if I finished it. I think I did. I'm not 100% sure, and there's a few other ones that the titles are escaping. So and Nicole just picked up a dog from the doggy daycare, and I'm ready to read. Reading out their screaming. Reading Out There Screaming, which is a collection of horror stories by Black authors. Awesome. You have to let me know how it is. I've enjoyed a lot of Stephen King books. I actually like his son. I read one of his son, Joe Hill. I read Nosferatu. I cannot pronounce it, but anyway, I read one of his. It was really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. He's just as good as his dad, if not better. Just saying. I did say just as good as his dad, if not better, though. So yeah, but I need to finish Adventureathon. Yep, fair enough. I have to read during the day because it's freaking me out at night. Yeah, that's not good. Do you know if Neva is feeling better? Now, Neva was upright yesterday and she was feeling a bit better. I haven't asked her today. We have been chatting, but I've been doing other stuff and I forgot to ask her how her back was feeling. But yeah, she was feeling a lot better yesterday, which was good. I'm wearing my TBR merch. Awesome. There is a top chat, which is only filtering by certain people. And then there's all the other chat, which is basically all the messages. It waves YouTube filters and then you're coming in and out of the messaging. Okay, cool. All right, that must be a Nightbot thing. I don't know what's going on there because I've got back of house happening, where the messages are all happening in the back. On that, but I can't see. Oh, okay, see top chat. Oh, here we go. Does that fix it? All right, I just changed it. I just changed it back of house to live chat. Did that change it? I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. I'm playing with stuff in the back of house and I have no idea what's going on because I've been in StreamYards for so long. I've just forgotten what happens in the back of house. So there was a little tab on my thing that said top chat. So you can have top chat, fan funding, some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. Live chat is visible for all. So yeah, so all right. That yeah, because I had to be in there to make sure that Nightbot was working and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. No idea what's going on. I'm learning on the fly, people. So just bear with me. Just trying to make everything safer for everybody, that's all. It's the prequel to Legends and Lattes. Okay, cool. Yes, every time I'm thinking I'm not making progress, I have to stop that line of thinking because it's a huge book. Yeah, it's massive. It's absolutely massive. Okay, so Carly is essentially moving right where the current cyclone is about to hit. Guess it's a silver lining that you got COVID. Yes, that would have been because you would have been here for that. Because weren't you supposed to arrive this week? So yeah. So luckily you have, and that is very much a silver lining. Feeling sick, but I've had my boosters and everything is not too bad. That's okay then. Yeah, the boosters do make a big difference to how. Shouldn't they be evacuating a cyclone? I'm in Canada and we don't get cyclones. No. Some people do evacuate, like they have evacuation centers where you can go. If you feel like if you're in a low-lying area and you know that it's going to flood and all that sort of stuff, you can go to an evacuation center. But most people will bunker down at home. And yeah, so people really close to the coast, like right near the water, will probably evacuate. But where my friend is, she won't need to. She'll be able to stay where she is. She won't be able to get in and out because there are places that the road will get cut and whatnot. But and there's a creek at the end of her street, but it doesn't get very close to her. So that will flood because of all the rain and stuff like that. But there's no escape. Where are they going to go? There's no escaping wind. And that, because it'll be, I haven't looked today to see how big how wide it is, because sometimes cyclones can come in and they can cover several hundred kilometers and whatnot. So a cyclone is essentially a hurricane. Okay, so it has strong winds and all the rest of it. I don't, and like deluge of rain and all that sort of stuff. It's a where it's hitting is part of our tropical part of our country. So the top part of Australia, Northern Territory, top part of Western Australia, and top part of Queensland, they are quite susceptible to cyclones because they are part of the tropics. And then as you come down, you come into subtropical, and then you're down into the south where it's very, very, very unlikely that you will get a cyclone. You'll get an east coast low, which can be just as bad as a cyclone, because they can dump a lot of rain and all that sort of stuff. That's more than they dump wind, bring wind. With a cyclone, you're getting both. You're getting dumping rain and wind. It's going really good. Thank you for being here. It depends on the intensity. Yes. People will stay for a category 5. So a category 5 is the most intense one that you can get. Right now it's sitting at midpoint, so most people will just stay at home. If it's going to be off the Richter scale, they'll obviously move people out. But you also have to remember the houses are built different. So a lot of houses are fortified against that sort of stuff. So, they're like when we built our house, we had what they call cyclone rods. So the cyclone rods will go into the joists of the house and the roof, and they go from the roof to the floor, and they're an anchor point. And because we can sometimes get tail ends, we put extra ones in, and that will help hold the roof, the actual structure of the roof. It won't help hold the tin on, but it'll help hold the structure of the roof. So you won't lose the entire roof. You'll just lose the tin there, because most houses here have tin. And so, so they have all these cyclone rods that go from roof to floor, and they're anchor points, and they go all along the joists. And they keep everything in place. And obviously it's not where the living spaces are. This is going down inside the walls of the house. So it keeps everything together. And that's mandatory. They have to do that, because otherwise everybody's house will be getting taken off. They'll be chasing it down the road. Not really. Do you know any spiritual books? What sort of spiritual books? Because there's many different spiritual books out on the market. None off the top of it. If you're looking for something this is an old book, Celestine Prophecy. You can read some Buddhist books and stuff like that. Hindu books are really good too for spirituality. There's lots of different things you could go with. Off the top of my head, I don't know any, because it's been a long time since I've delved into that genre of books, but I'm sure some people here might be able to help you as well. Outlander will take a while. Those are chunky. They are. I'm reading book 6 right now, and the audio book is 57 hours and 48 minutes on normal speed. I know. They're wild, eh? That's what I said to my partner. I said, if you're looking for a long book, just check out the Outlander books. They're huge. They're huge. Nicole's heading off to bed. Good night. Thank you for joining. I read the Horns by Joe Hill. It was a little gross, but it was good. Yeah. He can be a little bit how you going, but I do like his writing. Everyone has everyone has to set their own chat to the live or top. Oh, okay, cool. No worries. Awesome. You've always had top and all. Okay, cool. All right. I have no idea what's going on with the live stream. So yeah, that's the first time I've ever been asked that. I do know that when you go onto YouTube, onto a stream, you can choose what you want. You can have the top chat, so it'll only give you the top commenters. So if you've got someone that is a regular commenter and they comment a lot, I know that you can, and there's been conversation with that you can have that there. But I always have mine set to live chat, so I get all the comments. We can change it and it's on every live stream. Awesome. Thank you. I suppose I was supposed to arrive tomorrow. Okay, but it's going to spend a couple of days in Sydney first. Yeah, well, that's all right then, because you're way, way, way from that. That's a whole nother state. Yeah, good for that. Just, yeah. So yeah, if you were going to Sydney, you're fine. We have we have those concerns here in the Gulf states in the US. If it's category 2 or less, there's no reason to evacuate. Just secure the barbecue and the carport. Yeah. And the thing is, like, and I don't know if this is true for you, Thag, or not, but when you live with this constant thing all the time, it's not that you get blasé, you just know what's coming, so you prepare accordingly, and whatnot. So, and you don't get, like, to someone else that's never experienced, there's a lot of worry, there's a lot of anxiety and all that, and there's still anxiety and stuff like that, but you're a little bit more calmer about the whole thing. You know what you've got to do to prepare. You know you've got to get water. You know you've got to get your generator, your petrol, or your gasoline, or you've got to get all the things and make sure everything. You've got to secure all your windows and all that sort of stuff. Like, there's the people in the tropics a lot. Like, I know over in WA, my ex-partner's family, they're in a cyclone path up there where they get them quite often in Dampier, and they have shutters on the outside of their windows that just close in and they bolt down. They're not nothing super attractive or anything like that. They're metal shutters that they have, and basically they just come across and it secures all the windows. So if they're on a cyclone watch, and our weather bureau here has a YouTube, it has all the things nailed down. So basically, they'll send out warnings. You're on cyclone watch. That means that it's a couple of 100 kilometers off the coast. You're now in the warning area. You now need to start. Cyclone watch. You need to start to prepare. You're in the you're in the 24-hour before it hits and all that. They have lots of different things that come up. And whatnot. Now, off the top of my head, I've been to my friend's house just recently, and I did not look. I'm guessing that they would have shutters and stuff like that. So their windows are protected, and they've got quite a large awning out the back of the house as well. So, and they've got all sorts of different things. And, like, her husband works for Main Roads, and so her husband, once the cyclone passes, he will leave the house, and then he will go out and basically start clearing debris off the roads along with the SES, which is our they're frontline workers. So, but they're volunteers, so they're community members that go out and clean up and all that sort of stuff. So, and we've got lots and lots of protocols in place and everything like that. In the past, when we've been hit with really bad ones where it's just annihilated the area, the southern states, they send up people to help out. So the fireys will come up, SES will come up from down there, and they'll also send tradies and all that sort of stuff up as well to get the worst affected houses back under cover and all that sort of stuff. Even if that is just tarping, because the cyclone passes, there still could be days and days of rain. They can have a meter of rain in as short a time as 24 hours, 36 hours. So a meter of rain is a little bit more than 3 foot of rain on that. So yeah, and we have protocols in place because this is something that we live with all the time. I finished my book, Starting Villains Are Destined to Die, Volume 1. Awesome. It's fascinating how each country deals with the structure of houses. I wish I lived in countries with floors that can be heated or cooled depending on the season. Yeah. We have tiles through our house, so when we turn our aircon on, the tiles also become cool as well, but it's also a bitch in winter because they become really cold as well. So you put a lot of carpets and stuff down and whatnot. Jean is heading off to bed. Good night. I will have a great night. You sleep well too, Jean. Yeah, I lived in Florida for a few years. Or always just lots of panic buying at the grocery stores before hurricanes. Yeah, that's sort of when the panic buying started, when the dreaded COVID hit and all the rest of it. People up north were just laughing because you know, the same thing happens there as well, and it becomes a little bit of a joke and all that sort of stuff. If I was living near the coast and up that, I wouldn't wait until there was a cyclone coming. I would have protocols in place. Like, I've lived in places where it's prone to flood and cut me off for a couple of weeks and whatnot, or when the roads have been washed away with massive floods. So I don't wait until the disaster happens. I have a protocol I put in place. It's a household protocol, and so it's also part of pantry rotation and stuff like that, which I was taught by my grandparents how to do. When you shop, you rotate your groceries through. You have excess stuff, so there's your basics pantry staples that you don't need refrigeration for, that will still be able to feed your family and all that sort of stuff. So you got things like tin beetroot, corn, beans and all that sort of stuff, so you can make meals with that. Then you've got flour, sugar, all that sort of stuff, so you can keep the family fed without them freaking out that they're not getting anything. You always have a good supply of potatoes, onions, stuff that doesn't need refrigeration and whatnot. And you rotate that throughout the year. So you've constantly got that supply, but and you use that supply, but you're constantly replenishing it. So if you take a bag of flour, you replace it in the next shop with a bag of flour. So you've always got 10 there, and you work from the front and you put the new stuff to the back and you rotate it that way. And so I had a situation where we were cut off for 2.5 weeks, and couldn't get to anything because there was so much water around. There was bridge damages, so we couldn't drive across different bridges and stuff like that. The road was completely gone. In one section, that was about 15-20 meters wide. There was just a gate. Actually, it was probably more than that. There was just no road, just a drop. So we couldn't go anywhere. I was quite surprised how many older people did not have supplies and stuff like that. And basically we were sitting pretty. And then eventually they had a 4-wheel drive. I did not have a 4-wheel drive because I didn't need a 4-wheel drive. They drove out to me to make sure that it was safe to come through some back roads. They kept trying. And they brought me out some supplies. They brought out the school supplies so the kids could go to school and stuff like that, because I didn't have a 4-wheel drive to get into town on those particular roads, so through people's properties and stuff like that. And water as well. We had tanks on the side of our house, so we had drinkable water and stuff like that. But we also had, in case a tree fell down or something like that and, crushed a pipe or whatever, we also had drinking water as well that we used to rotate through, and whatnot. And we're on solar power, so we didn't have to worry about the power running out and whatnot. So, yeah. I'm going to leave you on the TV. Thank you, and hope everybody is safe. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. So we are going to go to another sprint. We're going to do another 60 minutes. I'm going to go and have some lunch because I didn't have it in the last one, and I'm getting a bit hungry. And I'll see you all very soon. Well, hello. Welcome back. Nice little hour sprint that was. I tidied up around the outside of the house where the lawnmower guy had been. I have read in the last 2 sprints from, I'm not even going to try and do math, but I started at page 112 and I'm at 166. So I've read a couple of the short stories. I'm hoping to knock this over tonight. And then I'll start on another audio book. I'm immersive reading this one as well. So yeah, trying to just get to know Ian Rankin as a author a little bit better. I'm actually really enjoying it. I was actually quite surprised. I didn't think I was going to, but I do like detective stories, so I don't know why I didn't think I was going to like it. I like to read short stories, but sometimes I struggle with them. But these are really well-rounded, and the best part is that Ian Rankin is actually reading this, so it's good. It's good. And of course, I did not star where we're up to. So I was still playing in with Nightbot. I'm trying to get it so it's got a timer on it, so it's supposed to just automatically put them in where you want them to go, but it doesn't seem to be doing it. It did it when it started, that posted them all at once. So yeah, I'm just not too sure what the setting is that I need to set on that. So I'm sure I'll work it out. So yeah, I'm just playing it like I've got it set to owner at the moment, but I will switch it to moderators and let the moderators know what the things are. But just while I'm playing around with it, I've just got it set to pretty high. Yeah, so I'm having a bit of fun there playing, just learning on the fly and all the rest of it. And whatnot. So basically, I've got one that pops in for the Discord. So yeah, so you'll keep an eye out for that, and you'll see it in the chat. So you should be able to see that pretty good. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the back of house, but I am slowly but surely working it out, and that's the main thing, right? That I'm working it out, and it might take several live streams and probably be annoying to some people, but you know, I'd rather keep us all safe than not. All right, so Crystal popped in and said, hey, how's everybody going? You are playing, good luck. Yes, I am. Just finished work, going to be editing for an hour before I have to pick up Adeline from daycare. Awesome. Hopefully you get all the things that you need to get done. That it's a pick pong editing time, aka chaos. Yeah. I'm just playing around. Remember to hydrate. Vanessa stopped doing diamond painting for the night, and now reading and listening to my audiobook. I hope your book is going well. My book is going really well. That Sid also dropped in. Hi, I'm reading a self-published book right now, 50 pages from the end. Can I finish it tonight? Well, hopefully we can help you do that. We're doing hour-long sprints, so you should be able to get some done. Chrissy got 0 reading done today. Can't wait for school to go back and the heat wave to pee off. Yes. School's back here on that, but I don't have to deal with that crap anymore, thank goodness. Yeah, I was told the longer my guy goes, oh yeah, I've got 4 kids, they're all in high school. I'm like, man, I do not miss that. And that, so yeah. So yeah, he was like, they're all back at school now, so I'm working between 9 and 3 and whatnot. I'm like, that's pretty cool. That, so yeah. And the heat wave has been disgusting. We got a reprieve yesterday. It was down. Oh, actually, it is down at 30 degrees right now too. It's cooled right off, but it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon as well. So it has cooled off, and there is a slight breeze because when I look out, I can see the moving of the trees and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, hopefully it'll be a good bit cooler tonight. Last night was terrible. It was like 25 degrees at 2 o'clock this morning. I'm like, what the hell? That's just disgusting. And I can't stand sleeping with the aircon on all night because I wake up with my nose running and stuff. So yeah. Anyway, I did no reading, just watching a TV show instead. TV show, should that be? TV, yes. Oh, look, if I had a look down, I would have seen it. So yeah, so you can see here that I am actually playing. So yeah, these are some of the things that we've got. Little Nightbot will just pop in every now and again. I have the timer set so it's every, like, the drink one is like every 15 minutes because I'm just playing around with times at the moment. And then I had another one set for 30 minutes, and in what order I do not know. Just got home from work, listened to Proper Scoundrels on the way home. How late are we going? I'm not too sure. That we'll just keep going. I'm probably going to try and finish my book tonight. I'm on page 166 of 450, so I probably won't finish my book tonight. Let me just have a look here. Let's have a look and see how many hours. It says I've got 6 hours left on it. If I can do maybe 3 more sprints, get halfway through that amount left. So yeah, so we might be here for a little while yet. I don't have anything to do tonight. I know I should be cross-stitching and stuff like that, but I just want to get this book read so I can move on to the next one. I had way too many books on the go. They were all from different genres though. I had way too many. I had a short story collection, which is this one. I had Amari on the go. I had In the Woods on the go. I've got Wheel of Time on the go, but that's been paused for just a moment because Coda's doing some stuff and busy and all that sort of stuff. So I've paused that for a moment. I had that on the go, and I have Passage on the go. So yesterday, after I did all my work, I finished off because I only had a little bit to go in the woods. So I finished that off during Leandra's sprints, and then I had a break, did some work and all that sort of stuff. And then last night I finished off Amari and The Great Game. So that cleared 2 books off the thing. So today my thing is to do this. Now I've been working this morning and all that sort of stuff. And then when I got to lunchtime, I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to read for the afternoon. It was really only the last sprint that I actually read a solid hour for and listened to it as well. I did some other stuff around the house, like hung out some washing and all the rest of it while I'm listening. But yeah, I reckon we've probably got another 3 sprints on that. So yeah, that's another 3 hours if that works for you with 15-minute breaks. I'm really sticking to the 15-minute breaks today because I need to get this done. But that gets me halfway through, and that will get me to around 7 o'clock. I'll see how I feel on that after that. I mean, it's no hardship to have the sprints going if that's what people want. I'm happy to do that. As far as I know, no one else is sprinting. So yeah. You're a saint. Okay, I am. Okay. Don't know what that's about in what context that is. I'm almost done with my chapter in Dreamcatcher. Awesome. I might switch between Dreamcatcher and Sources of the Chinese Tradition in the next sprint. Excellent. Sounds like a good mixture. I watched your video the other day. It was great listening to you talk about your books and all that sort of stuff. I'm excited to read Golden Finch. I have that on my shelf. I picked it up last month in December when I went on that bookshop crawl. So yeah, I'm excited to read that. But I want to read Secret History first. So I don't know what I'm going to do there. But yeah. Read 21 pages of Violin Conspiracy, ate dinner, and fed the cats. Awesome. Is that a Violin Conspiracy? Is that a cozy? Like, there's another one that I've seen a title very similar, and it looked like a cozy. What time will you be sprinting till tonight? It's anybody's guess. But yeah, as I was just discussing before, maybe about another 3 hours, possibly. Maybe 4. It just depends because I don't necessarily sit here for the whole time. I'll go and sit on the couch where I'm really comfortable and all that sort of stuff, and I just set my time up and then I come back. So I'm happy to do that. I've got nowhere to go, nowhere to be, and all that sort of stuff. Although during that sprint, I was listening to the audiobook, and I was giving my eyes a bit of a break because I was immersive reading, and a message came in, and then I clicked on, because I had some posts automatically go up on Facebook, and I was just checking to make sure that they were okay. And while I was scrolling, I come across 10 perfect bushwalks to do that involve waterfalls. So I saved that post, and then I'm going to go tonight before I go to bed. I'm going to read that and maybe plan, I don't know, a day out or something, get up really early, see if some of my friends down in Brizzy want to meet me up at Mount Tambourine or somewhere like that, and go for a bit of a walk through the rain forest and that, and also the Bunyas and stuff. I mean, I've only got a 45-minute drive to the Bunyas, but if I'm going to the Gold Coast or whatever, it might be go down, spend the night with Savannah, and then head out with some friends and whatnot and go for a bit of a walk down at the Gold Coast. I mean, Savannah will probably want to do that too, so she doesn't mind doing a bit of a walk. I just want to get out of the house a little bit more on weekends, just because otherwise I become a creature of habit and a bit of a hermit. And I won't leave. Got 60% into Wild by Cheryl Strayed, a hiking memoir. Awesome. It's making me want to do the hike that I do. Okay. I do not have the time or the experience for. What sort of hike is it? I didn't even see your comment there about hiking, and that's basically what I'm talking about as well. Your Discord Nightbot message is missing an S in the Discord. Yeah. I've got to go in, because I was just playing around with it and just typing things out, and I got a bit carried away there. So yeah, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Hello, how are you going? It was 34 today. Hopefully it cools down here tonight, but I'm doubtful. Yeah, it was 30 degrees right now here. Up to chapter 16 of Cornish Hotel by the Sea by Karen King. Awesome. Cutest line in Proper Scoundrels. You're a saint. Nonsense. I'm a scoundrel. Awesome. Will you make me believe there's good in the world? Oh my God, they're freaking cute. I just can't. Awesome. That is cute. I just cut out 17,000 from my novel. Oh my goodness, down to 87K. Was over 100K. A whole four whole chapters minus 2 unconnected scenes. Oh my goodness. But they were boring. So yeah, fair enough. Same stuff to settle in. Some stuff to settle in for the night, and trying to crochet pattern book I got for Christmas. Awesome. Akona, hello. Just got home from dinner at a friend's. I probably won't be up for long, but I wanted to pop in while I was awake. Hello, how are you? Good to see you here. If you are very hot from the weather, go for a hot shower. That will cool you down after you come out. Really? Okay, I've never thought of doing that. I just like to go and lay under the cold water. Everybody's saying hello. I think you'll enjoy Goldfinch. The Secret History was quite a bit different, but also good. I like Goldfinch better, yeah. Because Secret History is like the benchmark for Dark Academia, isn't it? No, so that's what I've heard. Would you take any TAFE courses once you're an empty nester? I do. Not really. No. Most of the classes they offer here at my local TAFE isn't what interests me. I would probably do like a Skillshare course, some sort of online course or something like that. There's a couple of things that I have in mind, like revolving around reading and stuff like that. But for the most part, I just sort of, anything I want to learn, I just sort of start looking it up online. I don't think I'd want to go and sit in a classroom. It's just not for me either. So yeah. But I plan on getting out and about a bit once the kids are all gone and all that sort of stuff, and just hanging out at the beach and stuff like that, and not having that annoying. I mean, I love my kids to death, but I swear, Mum, hey Mum, I swear they have a button that someone goes and flicks when we go out, and that's all they do to me. Like, I went out shopping once with them, and Brendan was with me, and I just said to him, "Oh, I go shopping with the kids. They don't leave me alone." All the stuff. We were out and about, and I over the years learned how to tune them out, and so basically, I I was tuning them out, but they were calling me, and occasionally I would hear them calling me and all that sort of stuff. And all I hear across Kmart is, "For God's sake, girls, will you leave your mother alone?" It was so loud that everybody's head just turned, and I'm just like, oh my God, I don't know what's worse, taking the kids along and them annoying me, or my partner bellowing across the store telling them to shut up and leave me alone. They did leave me alone. Needless to say, they did leave me alone after that, but it was quite funny. I just sort of slinked off and all the rest of it, because I'd be looking at stuff or trying to find stuff, and they'd call me and go, "Oh, look at this, and look at this, and look at this," and it was just constant. Anybody's got little kids know, and teenagers, they don't get any better. Like my youngest one tells me she's moving out of home. The moment I leave the house longer than half an hour, she's ringing me going, "Where you at?" And I'm like, well, what's it to you? You don't tell me where you're at when you're out. Why do I have to check in with you? "Oh, well, I just want to know where you are." And I'm like, so do I sometimes. I've got to go. Bye. I'm loving the tit for tat stuff that's going on right now, the paybacks, because it's just fabulous. It's just fabulous. I'm so mean to my children. The Violin Conspiracy is a contemporary mystery thriller. Oh, okay, cool. I swear there's a cozy mystery that has that same title. She did the Pacific Coast Trail. It goes from the bottom of California to the top of Washington. 26. Is that the Appalachian one? Like, or is that a different one altogether? I have no idea of my geography. Got nothing. So yeah, that's a long way to walk. I really like Wild by Cheryl Stowe. Very inspirational. Awesome. Looks like a few people have read it. I'm really enjoying it so far. It's also managed to get me to shed a few tears. One point, it usually doesn't happen when I read. Well, there you go. Done that trip. I started in Monterey, California, but it was where I lived. It was in 1986, though, so I don't remember a lot. That was a while ago. I was 16 back then. 1986, what a great year. Left home. It's awesome. Actually, I left home in 1985, at the end of 1985. That toxic parents and all that stuff. Yeah, it's the only reason that at 16 you end up out of home, right? I was ridiculously late last night, wound up on the first bit of a Readathon sprints at 4:30 a.m. my time, and met a new stray cat at 5 a.m. I wonder what happens if I stay up late again. Never know. Appalachians on the other side. Okay, cool. There you go. I have no idea. I've got no idea. I just know that I've heard of that one because it's such a big one and a lot of people want to do it. You ain't wrong. The titles are similar, and the cozy is written by a black author. Well, there you go. I thought I was going crazy there for a moment. Fun fact, Appalachian race is quite ancient, over 1 billion years old, and the ridge extends up through Norway. Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Did not know that. Thank you for that. That is awesome. I like fun facts. That'll be another little tidbit in my brain that someone will say something and I'll go, did you know? Not that I do that often. Sometimes I do, but not very often. All right, we've got to the end of the comments. Let's go for another sprint. So let me start that, and I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, everybody. How did we go? I managed to get up to page 197, I think I'm up to. That's read about 25 pages, 30 pages during that sprint. And it done a few things, end of day stuff, make sure the cats have got their water, fresh water and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, emptied the bin and done the dishes and done all the things. Basically. So yeah, how did everybody else go? Let me know in the comments. I think that I'm going to make a very good progress tonight on this one. Some of the stories are a bit ho-hum, but some of them are quite interesting, and there's a few one-liners in this as well that just crack you up and whatnot. And it is a Scottish detective as well. So the audiobook has a very strong Scottish accent. But I'm really enjoying it. Like, it's really given me a good idea of Ian Rankin's writing and stuff like that, and his storytelling. And how he works out his books and like what works out his stories and stuff like that. And so I went and had a look. I thought I had 2 Ian Rankin Rebus books on my shelf, but I only have one and this one. So I must have been confusing this one with another one. I could have sworn that I did, but maybe it was on Savannah's shelf and that's where I'm getting confused. But I had a look at which one was the first one in the series. I don't know whether I'll be able to just pick it up and read it, because it's a little bit like there's 24 in the Rebus, 24 books in the Rebus series, I think it was, that I looked up. And so yeah, I've got one that's a little ways down in the thing, but after reading the short stories, I'm wondering if I'd be able to just pick them up, because these stories have given me a very good idea of the character and even the people surrounded him, like the detectives and stuff like that. So I'm thinking that I might be able to just pick it up and read it and not have to start at the beginning. But because I looked up the first book, and I think that's called Noughts and Crosses or Knots and Crosses or something like that. And it's only a 6-hour audiobook, and they're still charging $14 for it. And there's nothing on Scribd that I can see. And I don't know, for the life of me, my library app is just a pain in the backside to try and find stuff on there. So I'll have another bit of a look during the next sprint and see if I can find some on there. But I wasn't having much luck on BorrowBox for some reason. But anyway, yeah, so I'm hoping, like, I like the character. He's funny, and like there's also a TV show for this as well. And he's quite funny. And he's just matter of fact. He's a bit of a drunk, and he's a bit of a, like, yeah. Some of the stories that have been in here have had some really good one-liners and stuff like that. So I can't really talk about a short story without giving it away. So as a collection, it's great. That's probably be the extent of my review, to be honest. Sid, at the beginning of the sprint, had 2 more chapters before I'm done. Awesome. Wow, you've made some good progress tonight, Jessica. 73% done with Go Tell the Bees That I Am Gone. Excellent. Finished about 30 pages in Dreamcatcher and had a snuggle time with the smallest cat, Simon. Awesome. Love snuggle time. Read 10% of Wild, and I'm heading off to bed after the chatty part. No worries, hun. Thank you for joining. And you made pretty good progress tonight too. Another 28 pages read. Look at you go. You're doing well tonight. I might pull out the Ian Rankin I have here, but I think it's the middle of the series. I'm pretty sure mine's around the middle of the series as well. I'm going to grab it off the shelf. I did have a quick look, and I'm going to grab it off the shelf and see where it falls in the series. But yeah, I don't think I'll be I don't know whether I'll get the full 24 or not. I don't know. I might just collect them slowly and, pop them on my shelf for, when I have no more children and I'm not working as hard or as often, and Brendan's not taking up a lot of my time with, this, that, and the other. So yeah, because I've got another one, the Maisie Dobbs series that I've been slowly collecting. I think I've got 14. I'm waiting for a couple to come. And once or twice a month, I've been just purchasing the books, so I get the whole collection. They're all brand new because you don't find them in secondhand bookstores. And the other one that I'm collecting is the Jack Reacher series by Lee Child. My husband has been on my case to either read or listen to those, but I sort of like those sort of books I like to just curl up on the couch with and all that sort of stuff. So like right now while I'm working, I'm listening to a lot of audiobooks. I can actually see myself going back to reading physical books once, both Brendan and I retire and all that sort of stuff. Like I'm not going to be doing as much. I'll still be doing YouTube and stuff like that, but I still won't be doing as much. And I won't have, I just, I don't know whether, like this month has been pretty full on and I've got, like however many books that I'm trying to read for the month. But right now I'm thinking to myself, I don't even know why I'm pushing myself. Like the only person I have to answer to is myself. Like, does anybody else really care how many books I read? Like, no. And one of my goals was to slow down, and I've started the year off with a bang, which I'm happy about because most of them came off my shelf and a few of them were on my audio shelf as well. But yeah, I just think, like next month is going to be pretty low key. I've got, I will have 14 books to read next month, including bingo prompts. That's if I participate in the bingo prompts, which I probably will because I won't be able to help myself. Started Adulthood Rights by Octavia E. Butler tonight. She's an amazing storyteller. I have heard a lot about Octavia E. Butler, and she is one of the ones that I want to have on my bookshelf. I have been looking for secondhand ones, but haven't found any. So it'll be another one where I will just slowly get her books and then I will just binge her books. Unfortunately, I only have one more Spotify hour, but it renews in like 2 days. So not that bad. Yeah. So not too long to wait. Mine is a Rather Be the Devil. I think mine is that too, actually. I got a whole page read. Progress. That's progress. Going to get some sleep. See you all later. Sleep well, Coda. And I'll catch up with you on Voxer, no doubt. Good night. Does Australia have a monthly, have a lot of monthly book box options? Okay. There is one that I've seen floating around. It's like $80 a month. It comes with a book and a heap of snacks. I cannot for the life of me think of what that is. There is Fabled, I think it is an Australian one. But again, it's around $60 odd just for one book. That, like, I was getting the Fabled Nights one, which has all the smutty books in it and dark romances and stuff like that, and that was costing me $60 a month with postage. For one book. Like, so I got it for 6 months. I got some pretty books. I've read one out of them, which I just recently read. This month I read it, and it was dark. But so, like, definitely not for the faint-hearted. They are dark romances and that, but the covers were pretty and stuff. I really like them. So yeah, we can't get book of the month here. And I believe we can get Illumicrate, I think it's called. Savannah was looking into it and we were going to get 6 months worth, and I just said it comes with like fan memorabilia and all that sort of stuff, and I was going to get it. We were going to go halves in it, and I just said to her, no, it's just too expensive. It was going to cost us over $600 and we're only going to get 6 books, like, and some memorabilia that may or may not mean anything to us. I said to her, it's just not worth it. So other than that, I've never really looked into it. If I want a book box, I just get the Book Grocer one because it comes with, for $100. When you compare one book and a bunch of snacks is $80, for $110, because it only cost me $10 in postage to get that box sent to me. for 110, I'm getting anywhere from 16 to 20 books. I'm not going to go for the, the books that they have are usually indie published anyway. You can find them on Kindle Unlimited and places like that. So I'd never really do that. And like the Book Grocer box has a lot of traditional stuff done, but I also buy indie published stuff as well. It has to have a pretty good synopsis because they're the ones I do read, because they can be so hit and miss. But yeah, other than that, I'm probably not the person to ask because I don't do subscriptions anyway. The closest I come to a subscription is the Readly app, which is magazines, because magazines are super expensive here for craft magazines because most of them are produced overseas and they can start anywhere from $18 up to $20. I think the dearest one I've purchased is $29. So I get the Readly app. I miss out on all the stuff that's on the front of the cover, but I think I'm good for craft stuff. So I get the Readly app and I still get I get access to a ton of magazines. I pay $14 or $15 a month Australian. And I've got access to every cross-stitch magazine, every patchwork magazine, every embroidery magazine, everything you can think of, food, fishing, boating, cars, you name it, I've got access to it. So for less than the price of a magazine, I have access to all of those. And I don't have the clutter around my house. That's about the closest I come to a subscription. Yeah. Sebastian, my kitty, is very serious about middle of the night cuddles. He gets so relaxed and drools. I'm not allowed to do anything during these cuddles or I will see his wrath. And don't cats have a wrath? Oh, they get you big time. I'm reading that too. I'll finish it tomorrow because I have book club then. That will conclude the year-long Octavia Butler read-along. Awesome. How do you deal with moments of anxiety or panic attacks? My anxiety seems to pop up at the weirdest times. I don't really have panic attacks that I'm aware of. I possibly could have in my life and didn't know I was having one, but I think I would know if I was having a panic attack. Anxiety, I don't know. I am an anxious person, I guess, but it depends on the situation. Social situations make me very anxious because I'm sucky at small talk. I'm that person that'll give you my whole life story instead of small talk because I'm nervous and that's what happens. But I don't feel like my anxiety hinders me in any way. I push through it. And that's possibly because of the way I was brought up, which was not great. There was a lot of violence towards me from my father and also my mother at times. And both my parents were very toxic people in a state of anxiousness my entire life. So to me, it's normal. Does that make sense? I know it's not right, but to me it's normal. So throw me into the deep end and I thrive, if that makes sense. So I work well under pressure. I can take on multiple things at once and not get anxious about it. Throw me in a social situation or where there is a lot of people that are older than me. So then I withdraw, basically, is probably how I deal with it. Thinking about it, I just go quiet. Because I was brought up in a household that children were seen and not heard, and if you were heard, you copped it. So, yeah. We're often our own worst critics. We're harder on ourselves than other people at times, very much so. Very much so. I'm tripping. I already read Audithood Rights. I read that last month. I'm rereading Kindred now. Clearly, I need to go to bed. But I'm not because I got to read. That's fair enough. What's the best and worst part of being a co-host for a readathon? I don't want to answer this on the grounds it may incriminate me. But the worst part about a readathon is having to deal with multiple personalities, not as not with the fellow co-hosts, more with the masses. sometimes they're just not and don't follow the rules, and then you have to approach them. So that's not the best. That's probably the worst part. Luckily for me, the readathons that I've been in have been pretty casual. We haven't had any issues like that, but I know that other co-hosts have. And as a co-host in some of them, we see it playing out. A lot of time I miss the drama because I'm on the, other end of or I'm in the future. But yeah, when everybody's like, I wake up in a readathon Discord and there's 50 plus, 100 plus messages depending on the readathon. So I don't get to see all of the drama unfolding, but I do hear about it from the co-hosts and stuff like that, because sometimes it can be hard and we need to talk and vent and all that sort of stuff. The best part about being, and this is my experience, the best part about being a co-host for a readathon is all the amazing creators that you meet, and also all the amazing people in the community that you meet. Because, for the couple that might give you problems, the good definitely is outweighed. And it's absolutely fabulous to meet so many people who are creators themselves that are participating in it, and also the co-hosts and all that sort of stuff. It's really good to hang out with them, and you have a fun time. It's absolutely fabulous. I gave up on any book boxes here. They were expensive, but most of the items could have been purchased at the dollar store. It just wasn't worth it. Yeah. See, I thought about doing a cross stitch like box here, because we don't have stuff like that here. Like everything that just about not everything, just about everything we get here comes from the US or England. And I was thinking about putting one together, but then I thought, you know what? No, it ends up being too expensive, and like even bringing it in from overseas is expensive. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, book boxes and craft boxes and that are great, but then after a while, there's only so much stuff you can send before you start repeating it and stuff. Like I do a bag of the month club on my Patreon, where I make a project bag, and it's got a sweet treat, something to drink, and a small gift in, as well as the bag. So I've handmade the bag for you. And basically it's a project bag. It's got a vinyl front. You can see your project in there. It's got a zipper to keep everything contained. And then you get those 3 extra things in there. And even that, like that's, the bag is the feature, but just trying to find a different gift every month it's not a headache, but it can be tough sometimes. And like even the sweet treat, trying to get something different, because we don't have a great range. Like we've got a huge range, but not a massive range here. So it makes it really hard to keep. Like I have been lucky enough to find some different stuff and whatnot, and I found some stuff at like Costco and places like that to put in there. But it's not an easy feat to get something different every month. And yeah, so the teas, I've got a really good health food store here that has a good range of the pocket teas, or puka teas. I don't know how you pronounce it. I think it's puka. And they have a really good selection. They have, I want to say, at least 18, 19 different teas. So I'm covered for 2 years there, just about. And then they've got a whole other heap of other range of teas and that I can go on to from that. But yeah, like I decided that that's what I was going to do instead. I finished Kindred graphic novel today. I read the original Wild Seed and Dawn before starting this one. She just has a way of showing humanity in a way that others can't seem to. Yeah, I've heard that she is a fabulous storyteller. I completely agree. And she forces people to see all the messed up things about society that people refuse to acknowledge. It's funny that, hey, oh look, Nightbot worked, except all at once. Interesting. Oh, dear me. Okay, I got to work out how to do that. They've got to space them out. So yeah, it took him a while to get going. But yeah, anyway, they all popped up at once. They don't use critical thinking skills to realize that she's using those things to point out the disturbing things about our society. Yeah. She is definitely someone that I would like to read. Jessica's saying to Shannon, I avoid my triggers like my life depends on it. I can deal with my anxiety on a day-to-day. Yeah. Deep breathing. Yeah. I guess I probably just do. I've never really thought about it. Because as I said, I've been in a state of anxiousness since I was little on that. So that to me is my norm. And I function well in that. I've learned very early on how to function. While I was at school and when I was younger, not so much. And it took a very good friend of mine to help me realize that was what was wrong with me. But I have my moments. Like if I'm having a moment where I'm not feeling like adulting, I just won't adult. I'll go and sit on the couch with my book or my cross stitch or my trashy TV show, whatever I'm watching at the time. And I just won't adult. I mean, I've never neglected my kids. They've always come first and stuff like that. But yeah, I think, and probably for me too, when I think about just thinking about this question, when I disassociated myself from my family, I walked away from my family, my entire family, including my eldest child, who was quite toxic as well. And when I was, when was that? 2002? 2003. I severed all ties with my family. And because I realized I got engaged to my husband that I'm married to now. I got engaged to him, and I invited my parents out for dinner, and they turned up for dinner. And when I showed my mum the ring and that we were going to be married and all that sort of stuff, the look on my mother's face told me that she was never, ever going to be happy if I was happy. She would, I don't know how to explain it. I don't think my mother was a narcissist at all, but anytime I was miserable, she was happy. If I was happy, she'd try and make my life a living hell. So the look on her face, she realized that my husband was not going to put up with their bullshit. And so basically when I left, we had some other stuff to work out and all that sort of stuff. And then I just said that we're done. That's it. We're done. I can't do this anymore. And I cut all ties. And when I say I cut all ties from my family, I cut all ties from my family. I do not speak to anybody except one uncle, who is a black sheep of the family anyway and has nothing to do with them. And I have not spoken to them except for one message to my mother, who sent me a message to tell me that my grandfather was very ill and he was going to pass away. And this was the grandfather that I lived with. So I wanted to know that, he had got another wife and all that sort of stuff. And we had a discussion where I wasn't coping. I was thrilled that he was happy and he was in a loving relationship and all the rest of it. But I could not be around him when he was with her. Because every time I seen him, I would get really upset because of my grandmother, who was very ill and passed away, and he looked after her and all that sort of stuff. But I spoke to him about it and he was fine with that. And we kept in touch just through letters and stuff like that. I never actually went to visit him. But he was very ill, and my mother sent me a message and she was acting like nothing had happened. And all that sort of stuff. And I just basically said, no, I'm not coming to your house. No, you're not coming to here, and no, you're not meeting my children. You don't have the right as a grandmother to meet my children. And if they want to meet you when they're older, they can do it. They know who you are. They've got pictures of who you are and all that sort of stuff. But while I'm breathing and they're under my roof under the age of 18, you're not meeting them. And she basically was really nice in the message until I said decisions were made many years ago, and I'm happy with those decisions. And then my true mother came out, because even my best friend said, I was reading the messages to her and she goes, who's this woman? I've never met this woman before. And then I said, oh, wait, it gets better. And then I read it. She goes, there she is. So, yeah. Yeah, so I had to do that for my own mental health. And to be honest, it was the best decision I've ever made, because I've never had to feel like I was 31 when that happened. No, I was 32, almost 33 when that happened. So, yeah, it was the best decision I've ever made. And not an easy decision, don't get me wrong. It was one I lost lots of sleep over, but I had to do it for my own mental health. And like, I don't know how I'd go if my father turned up in front of me. Like, he's 73 now. If he turned up in front of me, I don't know what I'd do. Like, I don't know whether I'd get anxious. I'd probably just walk past him, to be honest, because he just doesn't scare me anymore. So yeah. Coda says, deep breathing helps. Self-talk, self-guidance when anxiety arrives in a situation that normally wouldn't cause anxiety. Remember that anxiety and excitement are the same emotion. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's all how you channel it. If it's anxiety and a situation warrants that anxiety, breathe through it. It's okay to see a doctor if you feel it's out of hand too. Take care of yourself. That's it. That's exactly right. Much appreciated. Very much so. I noticed a couple of readathons that a few people treated the co-hosts as like their own private information booth. Yeah, there's a bit of that. But that's also because everybody learns different and everybody understands things differently. So you have to cater for the people that don't automatically get what you're trying to put across. I would also recommend determining if you have food and drink triggers that cause anxiety. So this is way above me. Food allergies can also play a part. I don't have food allergies, so I don't think food would play a part for me. I mean, I love food, absolutely love food. I could sit there and eat until I probably explode, which is not pretty. That's a really good point. Nicotine and caffeine can make it worse too. Yep. Too much or too little sugar or no food will also trigger a response in your body. Yeah, well, when you feel that shake, check that you've eaten, because that's when I start to get the shakes and all the rest of it. And I'm like, guess what I haven't done today? I always drink, like I drink plenty of water but and I have plenty of coffee as well, but yeah, like I forget to sometimes. I'll get busy out here because I do intermittent fasting, and I can tell when I'm getting to my eating window now, because I'll start to, like, I feel the trembles and it feels like anxiety, but it's not. So yeah. Distancing yourself from toxic people is about always a good plan whenever you can. I keep my family at a distance with good boundaries, and it's helped. Yeah, it does. It really does. Like, my best mate didn't think I'd ever do it. And I just said to her, I said, oh, mate, the look on my mother's face was enough for me. I was done. I was sick of trying to prove myself, because a lot of my self-doubt and everything comes from when I was a child, because you were seen and not heard. And then if you did open your mouth, you were an idiot, or you were stupid, or that, even when even when I was speaking cold, hard facts, right, out of an encyclopedia, for crying out loud, and that I was still an idiot and didn't know what I was talking about. So yeah, subsequently left school early, moved out of home early. Like, I lived with my grandparents up until I was in first class. So I would have been 6 when I went to, just almost 6 when I went to live with my biological mother. And basically I went to live with them and I was out of home. So that was in 1976. I went to live with them. I had left home in 1985. That's how great they were. Didn't even last 10 years. So yeah, I got out of Dodge real quick. And if someone's having a problem with family, I'm the first person to say, it can be done. because I come from a European family as well. So I have Egyptian and Spanish and Scottish and all the things going on there. And I can tell you now, the Egyptian side of the family were not down with me distancing myself. They tried real hard, but they were all as toxic as one another. So they can all just stay over there and whatnot. And like, I know it wasn't just me, because my sister moved to England to get away from them. My brother moved 2 states away to get away from. He still talks to them. My sister apparently not so much, but I don't talk to my siblings. But my sister reached out to me during COVID, and I just said to her, I said, we have nothing nice to talk about, and I'm sorry, I'm good. I got a chance to tell her how I felt and all the rest of it, and how they also made me feel and stuff like that. So I've done all the, the things that people like to do on deathbeds and all that sort of stuff. I've done it while they're all still kicking and breathing. But that took a long time for me to get to that. Shannon says, my mother is like that, Nicole. During my childhood, she thrived when there was chaos and unhappiness. She got better. She's got better, thankfully. Yeah, my mum is very alone, and it couldn't happen. It couldn't have happened to a nicer person. I know I sound bitchy, but you have no idea. Something that seems counterproductive for panic attacks is trying to make the symptoms. Is to try to make the symptoms worse. So if you notice that your heart is beating faster, try to make it beat even faster. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. You can't will be worst way to accept it. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, look, it's working properly now. Although there's still, okay, I don't know what's going on. The timer's just kicked in and they've just started going. I don't know what's happening. It can help you if you tend to notice it's happening and worry about it, thus making it worse. It's like doing the opposite of this. It makes, if that makes sense, sort of makes sense. So basically, it's like treat like with like is what you're saying. So in homeopathy, they treat you with the same stuff that has hurt you. So it's the same sort of thing. If that's my understanding of homeopathy, I've never really looked into it, but I believe that they treat like with like. So yeah. I dropped out at 17, took the GED and went to college. One of my better decisions for sure. Even just moving 150 miles away from my immediate family helped. Yeah. I had to sort of laugh when my sister contacted me on that. Like she contacts me, and I knew more about her than what she knew about me, because what's that adage? Keep your enemies closer, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I consider my family to be enemies, so I don't go looking for them. Inadvertently, I come across their stuff. They're all blocked on Facebook and have been for years, and all that sort of stuff. And yeah. And so, like, I don't know, I was somewhere and someone said something and showed me a picture that my sister had a boy and all that sort of stuff. And it was funny, like, she could not track me down. She ended up having to track me down through her mother-in-law's account, because I had my family locked down on Facebook that hard. Like, she had to come through another avenue. And then this person sent me a message and of course mentioned family names and all the rest of it, and I just went, who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my inbox? And she said, oh, it's for your sister. And I'm like, well, what the hell does she want? She hasn't spoken to me in 20 years. What the hell does she want? Do you need a kidney, does she? That's exactly how I said it. I was so rude to this poor woman, but it just sort of blindsided me, and that was my automatic response, to protect myself. And anyway, the mother-in-law, she goes, yeah, you're definitely Donna's sister. You both speak blunt very well. I'm like, yeah, well, hey, it is what it is. and whatnot. So yeah, but turns out she didn't want a kidney. She was just curious. She was on a fishing expedition, and I read the emails and the messages and all the rest of it. I'm like, yeah, no, you're not getting any information out of me. I'm not having you run back to Mummy Dearest and tell her everything that's going on. She can just sit over in the wings and wonder, because that's what she deserves. On that, so one story, like, not a very happy story. My first partner, I went from an abusive home to an abusive partner because I didn't know any better. And my first husband I was with 10 years and beat the living crap out of me, right? It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about that. It's part of who I am, and I learnt from it. But I turned up on my parents' doorstep and I was black and blue, and I had to leave my child behind. He never touched the children. And basically I knew that they would save. And I also rang his mum and said, look, I've left. I've gone to Sydney. I need to go and heal. Can you go around and check on the kids? And she was around there in 5 minutes. And so basically I went to my parents' place, and I went there broken and beaten to a bloody pulp. I had 2 black eyes. I had fat lip. I had bruises all over my body. And my dad's thing, when I was sitting there cleaning myself up with, oh, poor him, he can't deal with society. And I looked at him and went, so it's okay for him to beat me. My sister called me a monster because I left my son behind, and my mother had nothing nice to say at all. No sympathy, no nothing. So I healed my wounds. I went to my friend's place. I stayed at her place for a week until I was able to see out of my eyes. And then I went back home and proceeded to put him in jail. So yeah. But that's the sort of people that I was dealing with. They just, yeah, they were just so nice. Spent my childhood as an adult for my younger siblings, and most of the cooking, cleaning, make sure the kids finish their homework, etc. If I hadn't have left home, not sure how I'd turned out. Yeah, and I do credit myself for having the strength I was 15. Yes, I was 15 when I left home, and having the strength to leave home and do it on my own, and I never went back. Yeah, I reckon she was after a kidney. Why else would you contact your sibling after 20 years? Like, seriously, the only reason a family member is going to come out of the woodwork that you haven't spoken to in 20 years is because they want something. I don't know what that says about me as a human, but I know this girl. And she was on a fishing expedition. The kitties are so protective of their litter box. They just stare intently at me every time I scoop. I know. They're terrible for it. I wonder what they're planning. I'm sorry that you had to endure abuse. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you for your you shouldn't have to apologize for their bad behavior. That, and it's made me into the person that I am today. Like, I am a fairly resilient person. My uncle, the only uncle that I talk to, is my mum's brother, and even he says, he goes, I can't believe out of everybody you've turned out the most normal. And I'm like, really? I've turned out normal? Christ, you guys must be fully in the basket. So yeah, but he goes, and see, it really affected him as well, because he was at home when I was born. Me and him are only, I believe we're only about 10 and a half, 11 years apart in age. So he's seen a lot of it firsthand and witnessed a lot of the stuff that went down. And even after he left home and I went to live with my parents, he felt so helpless, like he couldn't help me. And it wasn't until he actually said to me when I think I was about 36 years old, he goes, you have never had emotional support. Even under the age of 5, you didn't have the emotional support that you should have had. So he goes, and that's why he says to me, he goes, how you've turned out so normal and how you've managed to raise normal kids. That is, because I broke the chain. My eldest daughter tried to link the chain again, but I put a stop to that. So it's, yeah, but anyway, yeah, it's fine. I've helped a few women get away from their husbands and stuff like that because I had that knowledge of being able to go through it. I've helped people get away from toxic families as well in my life. So if nothing else, at least I was able to help some people that were going through some pretty sketchy times. I've paid for women to flee the state to get away from their abusive partners and stuff like that. I've had friends ring me, go, hey, I've got a friend, I've got no cash to help, but can you help? And I'm like, I do have some cash here. How much do you need? Basically, Deb, you just got a warning from Nightbot because you put too many emojis. I'm still playing with playing with all the things. So you will occasionally get these messages. This is just to help stop spammers and stuff like that. So yeah. And my my best friend was also in like counseling and stuff like that. So if I'm not sure where to go, I ring her and she helps me to get people moved and stuff like that. So yeah, because she's got a lot more contacts and stuff. So yeah. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. You don't need to give me hugs. It's okay. I have worked through it and I'm happy and somewhat well adjusted. We'll go with somewhat. We won't say that I'm fully adjusted because after anybody that goes through trauma, they're never fully adjusted, but I'm fine. All right. On that note, we're going to go. That took a turn. Anyway, on that note, we are going to go for a sprint. So let me just reset that, and we will be doing an hour, and we'll come back in an hour. I think I need to start thinking about what I need to have for tea. It's good to know that the warnings are happening. Sorry, Deb, that you got one. Anyway, it's good that they are working because I'm learning Nightbot on the fly for anybody that's wondering. So yeah, I still have to work out like, do I need to worry about this sort of stuff? Because as you know, people that are on social media all the time, sometimes we talk in emojis. All right, so let me press the start, and I'll see you all in an hour. Oh, excuse me. My daughter's nuts. I can talk to her. Actually, I've got my. I was sitting in the lounge room. Hello, everybody. We're back from sprints. I was sitting in the lounge room. I was just talking to my 17-year-old. I was sitting in the lounge room reading my book, and so I kept an eye on the timer. I set the timer on my phone, and I keep an eye on the TV. So I put me up on TV and mute it, and so I just can glance at the timer anytime that I'm in the lounge room reading. Every time I'm on sprints, which is 3 days a week. And I've got older kids, so like I don't have to stress about the kids. They can fend for themselves. They don't need me as much anymore. But anyway, Neralee's car broke down the other day, and she's been using my car. And I got in the car the other day, and she'd used all my petrol, left me with less than quarter of a tank. I said to her dad, I'm like, you might want to talk to your daughter. So I totally disowned her. You might want to talk to your daughter and tell her to fill my car up. She went and got that filled up, and she didn't realize that the TV was still on. And she's walked through, and she's come out. She goes, just so you know, you need to do that every time you sprint. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, the TV, you need to have it like that every time, regardless of wherever you. So I know what you're doing. And basically I'm like, okay, no worries. Because she comes out and she does this around, because I've got bookshelves there, so she can't actually, when they walk out the door, no one can actually see me. So she's like stretching her neck to see, and she doesn't know whether I'm on the phone or whether I'm on sprints or whatever. I mean, if she was smart, obviously not, or logically thinking, you'd pick up your phone and look on YouTube, right? Not that hard. But anyway, they don't really do YouTube. Well, Savannah does, but Neralee doesn't really do YouTube. She more does TikTok and Instagram Reels and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so like that's understandable. But she goes, now I need to, every time I sprint, I've got to have it on on the TV in the lounge room as well, so she can see if I'm talking or whether I'm reading, and she can see the timer. She'll know how much time we've got and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm liking this new layout that I've done. I totally stole this from Katie from I Would Rather Be Reading. I just like the aesthetic, and I like the fact that my little timer is actually matching my background at the moment. So this is the spread that I have for when I'm just here by myself. And I made 2 because I was playing around in Canva. So yeah, so you can see what book I'm reading and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, let me know in the comments if you like that. Now let me see, where were we? So I don't know. I think I need to watch a few more videos with Nightbot. Evidently, it's working. Okay, so it's working because it's putting up the things, but it's putting them all up at one time. I've got the timer spaced out, but I don't know. Maybe I've done something wrong. I'm not too sure. But anyway, I'm going to go and watch a couple more videos a bit later on. I'm not in the mindset to watch videos now. I'm in the mindset of reading. So once I'm finished, which I'm up to page, read another 1.5 stories in that one. I'm up to page 229. So I'm making good progress on it. I don't know if I'm going to get it finished tonight, but I've got a little bit of cross stitch to do a bit later and stuff like that, and I've got it on audio. So yeah, for those that are reading, I was just looking in Audible, and the Outlander, I think it was 2 and 3 were free on Audible. So I don't know why, but they are. Because they're not in my library, so I have no idea what the go is there. And I think even Outlander 1, their first one might have been, because I was just sort of playing around, having a look at the specials that they had on, because sometimes I can get books that normally are $14 for $6, like half price. So Things We Hide from the Light is the second one in the Knock 'em Out series by Lucy Score. I've got the first one in my library, and that one was on special, so I grabbed it. So I often, once a month when I get paid, I flick through and see what's on sale. Sometimes I miss them, sometimes I don't, sometimes I get them. So this time I did. So I was looking, because I don't understand why I have books. I've got Drums of Autumn and Voyager in my Audible, but I don't have Outlander. So I must have got that. Oh, no, I think I just read that with my eyeballs, that one. That's why. But yeah, like I'm just going through, and Outlander International Edition is free right now. So if you wanted to listen to the books, you can. There's a couple there that you don't need to. There's Outlander and Space Between, an Outlander novella. There's a couple of shorts on there. Dragonfly in Amber is also, which is book 2, is also free. It's not in my library, so it's not that so I was quite surprised at that. So if you're looking to start them, they're free right now, books 1 and 2. So yeah. Deb, yes, was put into the naughty corner for sure. Too many emojis. I've got to work all that out. I'm going to have to pick Vanessa's brain on that and watch a couple of extra videos and all that sort of stuff. But for the most part, it seems to be like it does work. And I can actually get it to do it by giving commands. That is definitely working. See if I've got it working right. It should come up in the comments and tell you to subscribe. So it'll come up. It usually comes up in a couple of seconds afterwards. So don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. There you go. There it is there. So it popped up. So yeah. But yeah, so I'm still trying to work it out. It is a little bit confusing. Jamie finished the book. Yay! That is awesome. So glad that you got it finished. I'll be gone when you read this, but time for sleep. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining, Thag. I really appreciate you being here. Hi, I just got back from a family dinner. My cousin is moving to Brisbane. Oh, wow. Probably going to bed because I'm a nana and listen to the last 30 minutes of Out of Orange. Awesome. I also, too, am a nana and like to go to sleep early, but I don't seem to get to bed until like 11:30 these days. It used to be 9 o'clock when the kids were little, but they used to run me ragged. But now that they're older and they sort of leave me alone, there's not that added drain of energy. So I get an extra 2 hours each day, which most of the time I spend reading. Surprise, surprise, right? 75%. Look at you go. You're going really, really well. Finished a movie. Is so productive in that sense. Yep. That is still productive. Monica says it's time for bed. Thanks for the sprints, Nicole. Loving the Wednesday edition. See you on Friday. We will see you on Friday. I will be popping in and out on Friday because I actually triple booked myself. I don't know how the hell I did that. Time zones stuffed me up big time. But anyway, I've got to work around, so it's all good. Made it through a few chapters this time. I even stayed up even if I stay up really late, I doubt I'm finishing Dreamcatcher tonight, but I may finish it tomorrow night. Well, that's still good. That's still good. Aren't the Outlander books really long? Yes, they are. I think the first one's the shortest, isn't it? Let me have a look. So, where is it gone? There it is. So book 2, I don't know where book 1 went, is 38 hours. Well, you may as well say 39 hours because it's six minutes short of 39 hours. Book 1 is 32 hours and 38 minutes. Book 3 is 43 hours and 46 minutes. Oh my God, it's so long. Book 9, which is the one that Jessica's reading, is 49 hours and 27 minutes. Oh my goodness. But yeah, but often you can get, sometimes these books go on special. Like at the moment, they're free. So now's a great time to listen to the first couple. From what I can see, the first 3 are free. Here in Australia, anyway, I can't. Oh no, well the third one's actually in my library, so that's why that doesn't have anything under it. But if you just put in her name, the author's name, it'll bring up all the stuff. And basically, yeah, there's 3 that the first 3 are, from what I can tell, are free. There's 99 results, so there's a lot of books around. So I have 3 and 4. I must have been free when I listened to them as well. I know the first one I read with my eyeballs. It wasn't until the second one that I thought, you know what, I need to do audio for this one. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff revolving around her. There's companions on here and all sorts of stuff. There's a couple in different languages as well. Yeah, they are long books, very, very long books indeed. Outlander books are insanely long, and they are glorious. That's right. It's a good story. Like, I love the story and all that sort of stuff. I basically was listening to them, and I just knew that I needed to read them. So yeah. Oh, her not paying for Audible at the moment, and it was still free. Well, there you go. There you go. Love that. So yeah. I can't speak for the American Audible, but it's free on the Aussie one, and down here anyway. Just woke up and got myself some breakfast. Awesome. Welcome. Do you think there will be an Australian booktuber meetup this year? I have no idea, because I don't really follow that sort of stuff. Because I live so far from everywhere, and let's face it, I'm a tight ass when it comes to travel. And so if it's more than 3 hours away from me, I don't tend to participate, because it's just so expensive. And like, even to fly and stuff like that, like, I've got to drive 3 hours to get to the airport. Then I've got to park my car for however many days. If I leave my car at my daughter's place, then I've got to organise someone to pick me up to get me to and from the airport. And then I've got to pay for accommodation wherever I go, plus the effort. It just ends up being too expensive. So the only travel that I will do without a doubt is basically if I meet up with my friends that I meet up with on a weekly basis. Basically, if we go to a craft show, I can write it off for tax then. If it was an event, like a book event that we're all meeting up at, I could write it off, because technically my YouTube channel is now monetized, and because YouTube is part of my physical business, I can claim it on tax. So yeah. But I haven't heard of any or anything like that. So I'm actually going to see the author of Yellowface and Babel, and Babel, and in March. So yeah, I'm going to do that. Rewatched Eric Carl Anderson's video on Dublin a Literary Award long list too. I'm thinking about reading the whole 70 books this year, or at least the ones I can get easily. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, you end up like struggling to find all the books. Like last year when I read The Women's Prize for Fiction, I wanted to get the physical books. I couldn't even get the physical books here. I could only get them on Kindle or on audio. And there were some that I couldn't even get on Kindle. I only could get them on audio. I don't know what the hell that was about. But yeah, it was so frustrating. I ended up getting the shortlist once the award was over, and all the rest of it. I ended up getting the shortlist. The only one I didn't get was Black Butterflies, because they wanted $54 for a paperback. And I'm like, no. So I'm not paying that for a paperback when I can normally just get them for like between $12 and $25. How many live streams are you a part of this week? So this week I had my 3. And then on Saturday morning, I was supposed to be on Courtney's channel on Friday morning, but I'm sprinting and I have a Zoom meeting. So the Zoom meeting has to take precedence, because that's been in the pipeline since the beginning of December. And for some reason, I thought it was on the Saturday. I don't know why, because Gail's turning up and she works Monday to Friday. And I forgot that it was a public holiday. So yeah. So anyway, there was that mix up. So it was all my bad. So I had to cancel being on with Courtney. If I get time, I might be able to. So basically what the plan is, I am going to Zoom. I'm going to start these sprints with Neva, say hi to everybody for 5 minutes, be 5 or 10 minutes fashionably late to the Zoom meeting. and then basically I'll and I may even push these ones back by half an hour. So I'll go and over to the Zoom, or I might even start these half an hour earlier or something like that. You will notice a time change either way. I think I might actually start them half an hour earlier. Then that way I can come in, say, hey, how's everybody going? Put us to a sprint, and then go over to the Zoom, have my timer, duck out of Zoom for a bit, come back, do a bit of chit chat and say, hey, I've got to duck off again, and split my time up that way. I only have to navigate 2 hours. That's all I have to navigate. So I'm planning on being in 2 places at once. I don't know how I'm going to pull it off, but I'm going to pull it off in some way. So basically the first, we definitely will not be getting to the end of the comments. We will possibly be on for 10 minutes. And then basically I will put us to a sprint. I'll go over, spend an hour, possibly even put us to an hour and a half sprint, go over, do the things I've got to do over there, and then basically make my excuses to bow out because, that it's kicking off like it's not a meeting like work meeting, but it's kicking off a massive global stitching event. So tonight I have to put up on Instagram a roll call post to see who is going to be participating, because right now we have, I think, over 60 flags that have been requested. It is a Quaker style cross stitch, and so for the last 7 weeks, I've been posting over on my Instagram all the flags that have been requested from this particular designer. And this designer had no idea that we were doing it, and she has been so accommodating with doing up flags that people have requested and stuff like that. So there's only been one person that complained about the flag that said the colors were all off and all the rest of it. And then another person jumped on them and said, you can choose your own colors, right? Like, it's not that hard. I didn't even have to say anything. I didn't even get involved. I just went, well, that person's taking care of that. That gatekeeper's all over that. I'll just stay over here and post some more flags to the Instagram feed. I wasn't going to get into that. And I had another person's, because we put the Ukraine flag up, because someone from the Ukraine actually requested it. And we put it up, and then we had some political nonsense happen and all that sort of stuff. And I just stayed out of it. Viv stayed out of it. Gail stayed out of it. We just let them eat themselves up, and then they disappeared and off they went. So sometimes just ignoring them, their bad behavior. Like, I totally get what they're saying about the, you better not have the, like, I can't remember exactly how she worded it, but it was something along the lines, you better not have the Russian flag, which I would have asked not to put the Russian flag up. So because I don't feel like they're doing the right thing at all. So to Ukraine. So basically, I didn't want to make it political, and we were trying not to make it political. That was about the only thing that came up. And it sort of fizzled out pretty quickly because, again, gatekeepers got on there and went, you know what, just leave it alone. Because that's not what it's about. It's about, because over in the cross-stitch community, there's patriotic stitching, and it's always, like, it's very rarely that it's either British but it's majority American patriotic stitching and stuff like that. So we very rarely have something where every country can be included. And what happened is we were watching someone else that does floss tube. They had the Australian flag. Gail's seen that on theirs. I went and watched it. Then we got together on a Friday night and went, hey, what if we turn this into a South? And originally it was just going to be our group that was going to do it. And then I said, do we want to share it on Instagram? Or Gail said, do we want to share it on Instagram? I can't remember who it was who said it, but one of us said it. And we created a monster. So I sent out this morning an extra 10 emails to the Zoom meetup. We have, not everybody will get on Zoom but we sent out over 50 emails to, and that's huge. Like that is the biggest sale that I've ever done, where I've had to send that out because it's by invite only. And yeah, so basically I sent out, in all total, I sent out 57 emails for people that want to join. The designer even is joining us. We've got 2 meetings. We've got one happening at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then we've got one happening at 7 p.m. on Sunday, Australian time. And the designer sent me a message today, said she's going to try and make it to both. The first meeting, which is on Friday, it'll be 11 o'clock at night for her. But the Sunday one, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. And we sort of tried to do it that way because we thought that because she was like, she's been messaging late and stuff like that. So we knew that she was a bit of a night owl. So yeah, so we were able to, and she's like, she was coming on. We never asked her to, she volunteered to, because we didn't want to put that pressure on her or anything like that. But she's actually been absolutely amazing, considering we did not know that this was going to blow out of the water. Me and Gail are sitting on the sidelines going, holy shit. What the hell do we start? But it's going to be fun. Like, we're going to be able to see the progress of all the flags getting done. So on Friday, I will be stitching for most of the day because I'll have that new start. And I've got a project that I've probably got to put about another 40 stitches into it and do some back stitching, and then that'll be finished. So I should have a new start to finish, and what I've worked on, I'm going to film late Sunday afternoon. So yeah. So I have that on Friday, and then on Saturday morning I have a live stream on my craft channel, and then at 11 o'clock, I believe, my time, which is 8 p.m. your time, or Eastern time, I am doing part 2 of the 24-hour sprints. So yeah, I actually have no problem with being online. I do a lot in an hour, and I have my days pretty much structured out and all that sort of stuff. Today I'm being lazy. This week I've been lazy actually, but I've done, fabric dyeing and all that sort of stuff. I wrestled with some fabric because it just would not color, and I believe it's because it's not linen and it's the even weave. So yeah, I'm okay with just accessing ebooks or audio books from the library, or using interlibrary loan I've never heard of that, to order a few each month in print. Okay, cool. The nominations are from libraries, so they seem to, yeah, cool. Well, that makes sense. I have practically no money for books, so they have to be free or even or very cheap, or otherwise I skip them and read something else. Yeah, that's fair enough. Like, I think we've talked about this before. I'm not sure whether you were here then, Jamie, or not, but I have pretty much, I do buy brand new books still, but I only get paid. I get paid twice a month from YouTube and from my Patreon. So I get paid around this time of the month from YouTube, and then at the beginning of the month I get paid from Patreon. And lately I have just been buying secondhand books because a lot of them are backlist books and classics and all that sort of stuff, and I'm not going to pay a small fortune for them. But there are some new releases that I want to get. So I probably will not buy any books now until the long list comes out. And then I will buy what I can get. And that's pretty much all I'm going to be buying brand new this year. It'll, unless of course it's a series that I have on my shelf. So I have the Gilded Ones. The last book for that comes out this year, and so does the third book for Amari comes out this year. So I will buy them because I am actually getting those for when Mia is older. Because the Gilded Ones is a YA, although it's in the older spectrum of the YA band. So yeah. All right. Well, we are going to do one last sprint. That's going to get us to around 8:30 tonight. I'm not too sure what time that is everywhere else, but this is the last sprint. And then I am going to go and watch some TV after that sprint. And then I'll see you all on Friday, and you can all see how I juggle my life when I've overbooked myself. I was going to try and squeeze in getting to Courtney's as well, but there's just no way to do it because that is a live talking show, so I can't do it. I just can't. maybe pop in and say, hey, bye. That's about all I'll be able to do. All right, I will see you all in an hour. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back. As you've seen, that was the last sprint. And yeah, so we'll be back on Friday. I have changed the time to half an hour earlier, and all the things. So yeah, so we'll be starting half an hour earlier on a Thursday evening, Friday morning. That way I can be in two places at once. It was the only way I could think around it. So yeah, so that's where we're at today. I ended up having a really good reading afternoon, and I got some stuff done. I also got onto my library app in that sprint because I just listened to the book, and I was just going through the audiobooks and getting a couple of books lined up, reserved, and all that sort of stuff. So I have the Harry Potter ones all in my reading list, so I know where they are. I don't have to search for them. So yeah, they're all on the library app. So I'm going to, obviously, if it's not available, I'll read it because I have the physical books here bar one. But I'm going to immersive read those because I want to take notes, and I'm going to be marking these books up big time, and all that sort of stuff. And I struggle with that so much. So it'll be a little bit of a learning curve for me. But Neva and I will be back on Friday, Thursday evening for 8-hour plus sprints. So we'll be here for a while. We always do a pretty darn big day. So yeah, so just keep an eye out for that. And yeah, so I'm just trying to find where all the things had moved, basically. So yeah, it's getting late. It's 8:30. I'm starting to wind down and all the rest of it. But yeah, so a few comments back into library is what Jamie mentioned, and I asked what that was, and Chris said it's our loans. Loans are books unavailable in your area, so you request them. The book can come from any library in the US, and I'm like, how do I sign up to that? But I need an address, obviously, in the US. But yeah. The book hermit is just dropping to support, as I don't often get to drop in because of time zones. Hope everybody has a great sprint. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate that. Yeah, we are just wrapping up. We've been here for a while. We've been here for 7.5 hours today. So that's been a big day. So yeah, I had this, I don't know what happened, but my layouts have all shifted. So the whole screen has shifted for some reason. I don't know what happened during that sprint, but anyway, let me just go into layouts and find out what the heck is going on. So let me just move this one up here. I do have another layout ticked, so let me just move this one right up here, and that should get us somewhere near where we need to be. All right, hopefully, yeah, that's going to work a little bit better for me. So yeah, it's on the top right now. Everything shifted. I did not know what happened there. But thank you for dropping in. I appreciate that. No reading this sprint. Did a few things around the house. It's 2:15 a.m. so I'm heading to bed. Thank you so much for the sprints, and so happy to have finished the book. That is awesome. And I'm glad you got a few things done around the house as well. It's nothing like doing a little bit of midnight cleaning. I don't know. I find that very therapeutic at times. If I can't sleep, I will get up and just start cleaning. And I just feel, I think it's because when I wake up in the morning, I feel accomplished already. Like my day has already done and dusted. So yeah. Thanks for the sprints. I will change the post for Friday. Oh yeah, I forgot that you had scheduled that. I will be doing the scheduling over the weekend for February. So because we've got all of January done, and I will spam everybody with all the things that I'm doing in I'm just doing the regular times and all that. I don't think I'm doing anything extra, but there are a few time changes at the beginning of the month and at the end, because I'm pretty sure that the beginning of the month starts on a Thursday and the end of the month is on a Thursday as well. So I will be starting later, but I will be over on Rainy's channel for kickoff and close out of Battle of the Bands, girl bands. So yeah. readathon because I'm on TLC. Yeah, I cannot sing, so I won't kill your ears. Done 77%. You did well. You almost got, what was that? That's 8% done, was it? Yeah, 8%. Because didn't you start at 69% at the beginning of the sprints? That's awesome. You've done so well. Go you. Finished my chapter and I'm almost 50% of Dreamcatcher now. We'll continue reading a bit for tonight. Awesome. Yes, interlibrary loan is amazing. Do you have to be like in the States or whatever? Like our library does loans from around New South Wales. Maybe all of Australia. Oh, okay, cool. I might have to go and have a chat to my library because we have BorrowBox and that's about all. And half the stuff isn't on there and it just drives me mental. That's me whining like a child, like a petulant child. Is part of how I imagine reading all of the long list. Okay, cool. In our system, it's usually free. Awesome. Yeah, all our libraries are free. I don't think we pay for anything. I know I can go to the library. I don't know about like online services. I know I can go to the library and they can bring books up from Brisbane and stuff like that. But that's for physical books. For mostly on the library app, I use it for audio books because they're so expensive. And, you know, like I get like a lot of different books from Bob the Booker and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. So it'd be interesting to know if they do that like on BorrowBox, which I don't think they will on that. So, and I don't have I know that they still have like discs that like books, audio books that you can borrow physically. I do not have a CD player because when streaming like Spotify came in and all that sort of stuff, and none of us were like, I don't even have CDs. I have LPs. But yeah, that's not going to help me for audiobooks on disc, is it? And like Brendan's got tons of audiobooks on disc that from when he was in the truck before he put them onto a hard drive. So they're all there. Yeah, I don't know what I can do there. And I know that I could sit and put them on my computer, but my computer doesn't even have a disk drive anymore because everything's done by USB or by app. So yeah, it makes it very hard. No worries, Jessica. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out with me. I love the fact that we have quite a little community here on a Wednesday now as well. I think most libraries do it. Yeah, I know that they do it like for physical books and stuff like that. Like I can go down to the library and ask them to bring up a heap of books from Brisbane or from other libraries around here. I can also go to Brisbane and get them I can borrow books from down there as well from the state library and whatnot. So yeah. Your local library has to be participating with the bigger library network to access it. Most university libraries here also have yeah. I think the uni that Savannah goes to has that as well. We only have BorrowBox, so that's both of us being a petulant child. It's so frustrating. And like you search stuff and then it doesn't even like bring up the authors. And like I was just scrolling through now, I was looking for an author the other day. It didn't have the book, but I put in the author as well, and it didn't even bring up any of the authors. And then I was just scrolling through there, and I'm like, "There's like 10 books from that author," and I'm like, "What the hell?" I'm just like, like a little petulant child. I just want to have a wobbler over it. I don't even have access to Libby. Like, it's just rude. Highly doubtful. It's usually physical books and media. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I have a small collection of DVDs and CDs still, but no player. I may get another portable DVD player soon. That's fair enough. Oh, look, if I went down to my library, I would send them broke. They've got no new releases. Like, none of the new releases are on here. I nearly fell off my perch when Yellowface was on here and available to borrow. Like, I'm like, what the, like, Babel's not even on here. That, but Yellowface is. I'm like, what the hell? Like, if you've got one author, wouldn't you get their most recent catalog? Like, I don't expect you to have all of their stuff, but at least have their if you've got Yellowface, why do you not have Babel? Like, come on. That, but in saying that, I can see why. Like, if the my library, I can see, like, just looking at the books, I can see why those books are on our borrow box. Like, if that makes sense. So yeah. Maybe it would borrow box it to if it could, yeah. I could ask, but the chances are they're going to say no. It's just the place I live in. So today I did well. I got from page 112 to 282 in The Beat Goes On. So that is pretty, I'm pretty happy with that. And Chrissy, we have the same book we got in the borrow box. So I got Rather Be the Devil. A Cold Case Can Still Kill. So, and it's number 21 in the series. So yeah. So now I have to, and that's why I got on there, because I was seeing if there was any Ian Rankin ebooks or anything on there. There's nothing. So yeah, nothing that I can see anyway. All right, so we are going to be back on a Friday. Let me just get into where I need to be. So yeah, I'm going to wrap it up for now. Thank you, everybody that has joined. Thank you to all the people that have subscribed as well. I do appreciate each and every one of you that are here. Don't forget to hit that like button. Maybe share my channel with some of your friends that might be interested in sprinting a couple of times a week. Well, 3 times a week. But that is all I've got today. I'm going to leave you for now, and I'll see you all on Friday. Don't forget, we're starting at half an hour early. Have a great evening, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.